Dużo Państwa jest normalnie. Super. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference on Computational Intelligence, Information Technology and Systems Research. First I would like to welcome the University and Dean's authorities. Begin with Professor Paweł Węgierek, Dean of the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. Finally, I would like to welcome co-workers from the Lublin University of Technology, co-workers from the John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin, and from Medical University of Lublin. Welcome. I warmly invite the Professor Małgorzata Charytanowicz is here. Yes. The main organizer. And finally, I welcome my colleagues from the Department of Computer Science. I welcome you. And finally, I welcome to all you present here. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Paweł Węgierek to speech. Zdjęcia najważniejsze. Zdjęcia najważniejsze.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to warmly welcome to all participants of the next edition of the International Conference on Computational Intelligence, Information Technology and System Research, CITS’2026, at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science of the Lublin University of Technology. I'm delighted with the initiative of the staff of the Department of Computer Science, who undertook the organization of this event by the Professor Tomasz Jętarski, head of the Department of Computer Science, Professor Edyta Łukasik, deputy head of the department, and Professor Małgorzata Charytanowicz, main organizer. I would like to add that the Department of Computer Science currently is the largest department of our university. At the moment employs about 50 people. At the same time, I would like to congratulate the organizers on successful bringing together a large group of guests both from Poland and abroad, who are here in the hall and the front of the computer screens watching to the online broadcast of this event. Thank you for your attention, and as usual, I wish you interesting and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that we make a short break, technical break, and the end of this part of this conference, and technical break for the put something for presentation. Thank you very much for attention. So Grzesiu, I think that Good time to start the session 1. Grzesiu? Zrobimy przerwę. Okay. I would like to warmly welcome the moderator of this session, the chairman, Grzegorz Kozieł. Grzesiu, the session is yours.
Thank you. So it's nice to meet you. And I think we are starting our presentations. The first presentation is by Dilbar Mukhmadova, AI readiness and cultural psychological factors in the adoption of AI-based educational technologies among students in Uzbek higher education. Please, Ms. Dilbar, is she present? No. So maybe let's go to the second presentation. Małgorzata Nowak-Kępczyk. Is Ms. Małgorzata present? No. Maybe it's too early. Okay, but maybe we will change the sequence of presentations. I know that Mr. Daniel Zalewski is present, so I'd like to introduce Mr. Daniel Zalewski, who will present to us the topic of quality matters, a systematic approach to data quality control in gene expression analysis using RQ-delta-CT.
Thank you very much. In my presentation, I will introduce you our new package in Arrow language, named RQ-delta-CT. This package was designed for gene expression analysis with a special attention for data quality control procedure. I think all of us agree with the statement that high quality of data is necessary for reliability and accuracy of results. But is it easy? Typically no. And this is a major challenge in many disciplines, including information technology, engineering, and life sciences, where we can meet some problems, including, for example, data integration errors, signal drift, or biological variability, which can significantly affect our results. But remember, low quality data produces low quality results. And there are sometimes serious consequences, like incorrect statistical conclusions, like false discoveries, like misinterpretation of investigated phenomena. So what is the best defense against these problems? It's a rigorous data quality control procedure, which should be not an option, but mandatory in moderate analytical workloads, and may include data validation, quality assessment, or data cleaning and filtering. So our package, our tool, is an example of tool where quality control aspects are addressed comprehensively and systematic, in this case for gene expression analysis. Our package is publicly accessible in CRAN, in GitHub resources, and published in scientific reports journal. So let me briefly explain what gene expression is and how we can measure it. So gene expression occurs in cells and starts in cell nucleus, where genes stored in DNA are transcribed to RNA molecules and further translated into proteins. So in gene expression analysis, we want to measure the quantity of RNA strands in cells RNA strands for specific gene. How we can do? We use typically quantitative PCR methods when RNA strands are amplified. We produce many copies of these RNA strands, and increased amounts of PCR products are presented graphically as amplification curves, and gene expression levels are numerically determined as CT values. But obtained data are very sensitive to many factors, including low quality of amplification curves, no amplification, or technical variability. It significantly affects statistical and biological relevance of our results. But existing software provides fragmented workflows and limited quality control aspects. So this is the motivation to develop new tool, RQ-Delta CT, to fulfill these gaps. So our tool integrate end-to-end workflow with a special attention to quality control aspects, and many solutions we used can be adapted to other data types in other disciplines. So let's look closer to the functionalities of our tool. Firstly, our tool allows to flexible import of data in various formats, independent on qPCR instrument. Our tool offers many functions to rigorously check quality of results, to identify both undetermined or unreliable data, and is helpful to detect low quality genes or low quality samples. Next, our tool, using one short function, allows to collapsing technical replicates and inputting missing data. Using various methods, we can select the best optimal gene for normalization, which is aimed to minimize technical variability in our data. One of the most important points often neglected in this analysis is homogeneity assessment. Our tool provides some methods, box plots, hierarchical clustering, principal component analysis, to check consistency of data and to identify outlier samples. Next function is our tool allows to compare gene expression levels between groups. For example, a group of patients with a specific disease versus, for example, healthy controls, together with selecting appropriate statistical test based on normality assessment performed using Shapiro-Wilk test. And finally, our tool applied the Benjamin-Hochberg algorithm to for multiple testing correction of p-values. Our tool offers effective communication of the results, including many graphics. As you can see, the fault trend bar plots, expression box plots, volcano plots, expression bar plots, and heat map with hierarchical clustering. And beyond the standard procedure, our tool includes more advanced analytical methods. For example, principal component analysis with k-means clustering, this receiver operating characteristic curves analysis, logistic regression, correlation analysis, and linear regression analysis, which extended the standard workflow. To sum up, our tool not only provide end-to-end workflow with systematic quality control of data, but also provide precise normalization of data, publication-ready visualization, advanced methods. is highly accessible, a beginner-friendly implementation with a comprehensive vignette accessible from Ukran or GitHub repositories. To conclude, our tool is a demonstration how quality control aspects can be addressed in the analytical workflows, and as I said before, our solution can be adapted to the other disciplines to analyze other data types. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really inspiring and really, really interesting. So I think that many persons will be interested in the topic you are presenting. So I think we will go to the question session. Do you have any questions about presentation, or maybe and other topics related with the presentation you want to ask to our presenter? Okay, I see no questions, so maybe I will ask one. I want to ask if your framework can be used for measurement data. If I'm measuring something using some sensors, can I verify my data I've collected with sensors using your framework?
Our tool, our framework is specific for gene expression analysis. It includes some methods specific for this purpose. It is not possible to directly use our tool for another deep data. We need to make some modification to adapt the code, the functions, to properly work to the other data. I've done this thing because I analyzed the proteins levels in blood using this tool. But if we have sensor in a technical, different specifications, directly this is not possible. But we can adapt, maybe not code, but the methods we used can be adapt to the other data types using sensor signals or other.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was our first presentation. And now we will start with the second one. The second presenter will be Ms. Karolina Rybak, and she will present the presentation at the topic the research potential of speed cubing and interdisciplinary perspective. The floor is yours.
Tylko to nie jest pełny ekran. Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to present our initial research into the topic of speed cubing, and I will show it from the interdisciplinary perspective. But first, I would like to present the team. And first, there is a team leader, Małgorzata Plechawska-Wójcik, but also Piotr Tokarski, Karol Łazaruk, Mariusz Dzieńkowski, and Professor Tomasz Ziętarski. This was done with the collaboration with Anna Mazurek-Kusiak from University of Sciences in Lublin. The presentation will be short, and I will start with a brief introduction into what speed cubing is. Then I will show you the survey study, and I will speak about our further research into this topic. So we all know what a Rubik's Cube is. We know it is basically a toy, a logic puzzle, but we asked ourselves a question: what can a Rubik's Cube tell us about human cognition? What can it teach us about learning, attention, and decision making? To start, I would like to tell you what is speed cubing. It's in the name. It's basically solving the cube as fast as possible. But it's not that simple, as you can think. It involves tremendous dexterity. The speed cuber has to memorize various algorithms to optimal solve the cube. There is a global community. There are almost 300 registered speed cubers who partake in the competitions. And as an example, I will just glimpse about the record, which was set this year by a 9-year-old, Polish 9-year-old. It was less than 3 seconds, 29 moves in less than 3 seconds. You can imagine making 29 moves with your fingers in 3 seconds. So this is speed cubing. And as you can see, we have a photo of a speed cuber. Most of you know this guy. This is Piotr Tokarski. He is the main idea bringer into the team. This is why we started looking into this subject. The speed cubing, as it is recorded, you can measure, you can check the number of moves and sequences of the moves. It creates a unique laboratory for us. It requires perception, good memory, motor control. The skills are fascinating. Speed cubers have to make quick decisions. They have to learn the moves and the algorithms, and they have time pressure, right? So they have to perform under time pressure. At the same time, this task is standardized. We can measure many things. The result will be measured. We have a clear division into novices and experts, and there is a global community which are partaking in this activity. Our initial study, it was a survey which was done among speed cubers and their parents. We examined their psychological competencies. We checked if speed cubing can lead to stress reduction, resilience, and emotional regulation. We also checked cognitive and personal competencies, if they acquire problem-solving skills, strategies, if the skills they acquire can be transferred to other areas, and if they learn to self-regulate through this task. We also examined educational and sustainability dimensions. If speed cubing can help in learning STEM subjects, but also motivation of speedcubers and if they acquire environmental awareness through this task. Also, we have organizational instructional support. We checked the role of coaches in monitoring progress, promoting fair play and facilitating group activities. This study was published in Sustainability. This year you can check it for more information, but I will just show some brief information about this our study. We formulated 3 research hypotheses. First was connected to psychological benefits. We wanted to check if resilience, self-control, and emotional regulation will be acquired because of speedcubing, but also educational benefits, mainly logical reasoning, STEM learning, and metacognition. And also if there are social benefits, meaning sustainability, awareness, or community engagement. This figure here presents the responses to 5-point Likert scale questions connected to hypothesis 2, which were connected to STEM learning and mathematics and computer science. You can see that most of the answers are positive. These are the green ones. Combined answers which were positive and strongly positive ranges from 62% to 84%, and the negative ones are just 3% to 21%. On the next slide, you can see percentage distribution of responses to multiple choice questions. We were asking about the areas where the skill transfer can occur, in which areas speedcubing can help. We were also asking about places where speedcubing can be practiced. You can see that all the respondents were saying that logic and computer science education can benefit from learning how to solve the cube. Our results, this is not the conclusion of the presentation, but only the research. So our research can show us that there is a educational dimension of speedcubing. We have development of analytical thinking. The speedcuber can has to develop problem-solving skills, but also has to learn from his own mistakes. We have also seen that the speedcubers community sees the potential support for STEM and 21st century skills. In the psychological dimension, we see that speedcubers has to gain self-control, perseverance. They have to be resilient to stress and have the long-term motivation to learn all the algorithms connected to speedcubing. And also in social dimensions, the speedcubers stated that this activity is very accessible to everyone, and it is a low-cost activity. It can be influence people to build inclusive communities and also contribute to sustainable social development. But this is only an initial study. Why do we want to research it any further? Our survey gives us a suggestion that we have benefits in cognition, learning, motivation, and social participation. But this is only perceptions of speedcubers. These are not measurements. So our next step, which is already happening, is to investigate visual attention of speed cubers, where they look during the solving of the cube. And also, how does being an expert develop in those players? Because as I told you, the record was set by a 9-year-old who is actively partaking in competitions for 4 years already. So he was like 4 or 5 years when he started this activity. We also want to test the decision-making process and maybe check how does it affect the cognitive workload. And this is what we are actually doing right now. The eye tracking study will help us to answer the question, how do speedcubers, novices and experts allocate visual attention? And for this, I have a short movie to show you, but yes. Okay, I will show it at the end because it will not open right now. So we are basically checking where the eyes go during the solving of the cube. We have recorded many speed cubing participants during the competitions. We have recorded, I think, a few hundreds of people right now which were partaking in this activity. We will be testing how is it different for people who are novices and people who are expert, where they look, how they study the cube, how they what the eyes are doing during the last phase, which is the phase where they are solving the cube. The other idea is to try to use the artificial intelligence to predict experts or novices in the speed cubing community. We have an electronic cube which records sets of moves, and we have already gathered a large database of this electronic cube. Basically, the speedcuber is solving with a normal routine, and the cube is recording every move he takes. So this will allow us to test and check whether they are making mistakes, whether their moves are optimal, and if they are learning or not. And another possible research subject will be a cognitive load assessment. We will check how does mental workload change during solving, but this is not yet completed. So I will show you the video. Okay, so basically this is our one of our recordings. You can see that we have a speedcuber POV. He is wearing glasses, which are mobile eye tracker glasses, and we are recording his moves. You can see the first phase was just looking at the cube. It's called, oh, I'm sorry. I'm missing a word. Okay, so this is the phase where he looks at the cube and plans his moves. And the second phase is the phase where he solves the cube. And it can last only a few seconds. So you were able to see already the fixations, the circles which appear. These are the fixations, the points where the eyes are focusing. And the lines show us the scan path, how the eyes are moving from one point to the next. So we will count the fixations, we will count the scan path, and we will be trying to tell by the visual data if we have an expert or a novice speedcuber. And imagine this in 3 seconds, because this was quite a long time to solve a cube. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. That was really inspiring to see how fast it is possible to solve the cube. So it's time for questions. Do you have any questions to our presenter? Yes, please.
The mathematical background is already well set, so we are not going there, basically, because there are already models, mathematical models of solving the cube, and we will not be doing this again.
Thank you. Any other questions? So maybe I will ask one more question. Did you try to use your research just to verify how, for example, speed cubing can influence the learning abilities of kids at school or something else?
We didn't do it, but it was done already. There are papers which describe exactly this. There were studies done at different schools or universities with children and adults. They were showing them how to solve the cube, and they were giving them some tests, which were basically some cognition tests, spatial skill tests, and they were checking the progress, and it was measurable and visible that the solving the cube can help and increase those abilities. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much to our presenter. Okay, I want to ask if Ms. Małgorzata Nowak-Kępczyk is with us. Yeah, it is. Okay, so I'd like to introduce Ms. Małgorzata Nowak-Kępczyk with the presentation titled "Is Support Always Beneficial? A Context-Sensitive PCA View on Motivational Dynamics." We have to wait for them. Wait a moment because of technical issues.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for accepting my presentation today. Perhaps it will be a little bit a different talk than everybody expects. I would like to speak about something that is old-fashioned and rarely talked about today. Is support always beneficial? This is a context-sensitive PCA view on motivational dynamics. Motivational dynamics in learning and studying mathematics. We know that we have fewer and fewer people willing to study mathematics because it's difficult because of many reasons. Well, on the other hand, students, they seem to receive more support than ever. educational discourse increasingly emphasizes well-being. The well-being is the key to these days. Well-being should be everywhere, we believe. Inclusion and positive classroom climate. This is what is very widely discussed everywhere, not only at schools, but also in businesses, just everywhere. Yet, the interest in demanding STEM pathways appears to be weakening. Why do some students develop lasting mathematical commitment while others disengage? Are support, challenge, and inspiration really the same motivational force? And maybe comfort and support are not enough. So my research questions were the following. What kind of learners do we observe these days, or generally, in mathematics? What keeps students engaged in mathematics? What encourages STEM career aspirations, future plans? What happens when the educational environment changes, and can we model it somehow? So, the analysis was based on a 30-item questionnaire about most impactful mathematics teacher in their past. Possibly everyone has a favorite or most hated mathematical teacher. Whenever I say to somebody that I studied mathematics, they say, "Oh, I was suffering so much in mathematics. Oh, I was quite good," as if it was really important thing. So after these studies, it occurred there are 4 dimensions that practically describe the teacher features and the teacher-student relationships features. This is teaching quality. This means more or less clarity and structure of instruction. It means clarity of explanation and so on. Second is personal coaching. The word coach is so popular these days. Coaching, personal coaching. So it means individualized feedback and encouragement. Third dimension is classroom climate, motivational safety, and class atmosphere. This is what we usually identify with well-being these days. Well-being in the classroom, good atmosphere. And the fourth one, very important for the future of students, is mathematical identity. It is inspiration, self-identification with mathematics, and long-term STEM aspirations. So, examples of effective teaching questions. My math teacher helped me understand difficult topics clearly. My math teacher maintained a well-organized classroom environment. This is what should always happen. My mathematics teacher devoted additional time for students who wanted to know more. The second, the coaching. Personal coaching is, my math teacher gave me clear and constructive feedback, even if I failed. My math teacher knew my strengths and challenges in mathematics. My math teacher motivated me to work harder. So this is kind of coaching, like in a sports team, right? He knows you, he supports you, he's on your side, but he will tell you when you fail, right? Third dimension is classroom climate. My math teacher demonstrated calmness and patience during lessons, so classes were smooth. The atmosphere in the classroom was welcoming and supportive during mathematics lessons. My math teacher treated all students fairly and equally. And funny, girls or women were more sensitive to this dimension. They suffered more when the teacher wasn't fair. And the fourth dimension is teacher-driven mathematical identity. My math teacher inspired me to consider a mathematics-related career. My math teacher helped me believe in my ability to solve complex problems. The experiences with this teacher increased my confidence in pursuing mathematics in the future. So it means the student attributed their development to the teacher who forced him. Okay, so applying principal components analysis, it occurred that one dimension is very much dominating, 82% of variance, which is huge. It occurs, this loads with all these dimensions. So the more of everything, the higher you are on this first dimension. This represents the overall positive impact of the teacher. There was another dimension, about 10%, which was connected with something like, which we might call identity formation versus, what is the opposite? This is interesting. Identity formation versus classroom climate. That's funny, isn't it? So the mathematical identity formation was the biggest impact. Then a negative classroom climate, so less classroom climate, more mathematical identity formation, as if they were opposing. And a weak contribution of effective teaching. So good teaching, strong identity formation was on top, and the negative was classroom climate. It's very, very surprising for me. So this distinguishes inspiration and future orientation from comfort and atmosphere. Well, if we thought about a good coach in sports, possibly the coach doesn't have to be sweet, right? The coach doesn't have to be sweet. The atmosphere doesn't have to be very sweet to be a very effective coach. Okay, and what profiles did we see in K-means? So there were 4 profiles, basically. The math-engaged achievers, so those who were very well trained, very ambitious, doing extra work, etc. Next was positive but detached. So they were doing well in mathematics, but somewhat they didn't link their life with mathematics. Well, they felt well and they were going smoothly. Then they were struggling with gaps, people of various ambitions and somewhat worse taught, and the last one was discouraged learners. So they were those real sufferers in mathematics who neither liked it nor needed it, or they were treated like numbers in the teacher's diary, etc., etc. We also analyzed the open questions. So quite often they complained, I was just a number for my teacher. Or I was punished for doing solving a problem in my own way. So let's have a look at the map. So the first, the strongest is quality of teaching. And on top we have teacher-driven math identity. And on the bottom we have learning comfort. The blue ones are, of course, everyone's favorite. These are math-engaged achievers. And below them we have the positive but detached. Let's observe that the blue and the green are neighbors, very close neighbors, at a very high level of being taught and cared for. The only difference between them is the greens felt so comfortably and not motivated. The blue ones were hard workers and very ambitious. Let's have a look. There was another question. Is your career, well, the ages of the participants were various, really, not only the students, but also the people who were 30, 40, even 60, so the whole spectrum of people. So what happens? There was a question, is your life, or are you connecting your life with mathematics somehow, or math-related topics? So it occurred that the blue one, the math-engaged achievers, were really those who were choosing the career. So, and the numbers are 2.5 bigger than in any other cluster. Now, let's split the map in 2, top versus bottom, regardless of being the good ones or bad ones. Again, what is striking, the small dimension, I told you it was only about 10%, but this vertical dimension splits perfectly. 45% on top were choosing the career connected with mathematics. So they needed mathematics, they used that in future life. somewhere, of course, we're suffering like the red ones, the discouraged learners. But anyway, the split is obvious and very statistically significant. Well, let me cite some future STEM professionals. Memorable experiences, there was such question. He encouraged me to change my university choice from civil engineering to mathematics. Or he asked me to explain a difficult concept to another student. He convinced me to think independently. I discovered that he genuinely cared about me. So noticeable is that the students rarely remembered a pleasant classroom. They remember a teacher who noticed them, who challenged them, and who changed their future. We made another approach to characterize, in order to simulate what happens when the environment changes. It means when the teacher changes, when the approach of the teacher changes from that one that they are memorizing. So we could, of course, consider in which cluster a student is, but it's very harsh and insensitive. So in order for us to have it more sensitive, we introduced a kind of a vector that characterizes everyone. So the student X, we can see here, her name is Ada, possibly, is very much MEA, so the math-engaged achiever. Her position is the closest to the centroid of MEA cluster. A little bit further from detached, positively detached, a little bit further from the others. So practically we obtain such a vector. That's very natural. I don't know if you know about psychological tests. Psychological tests don't always place us on strict group. Usually they give us also a profile. We are to a degree, we are introvert, to a degree we're a paranoid, to a degree, and so on and so on. It doesn't mean we are totally crazy. It means we have some 5% of something. So this is the same. And again, let's consider change of the impact of each of these dimensions. Routinely, PCA is considering every dimension as equally weighting, right? Equally important. But what if we put more stress on teaching quality? So what if we, for example, increase teaching quality? For somebody who's very skillful or teaches much better, you know that it happens in our lives, right? For some period of our life, you have a good teacher who explains well, then we have somebody who is, for example, a PhD in mathematics but cannot explain, and so on. So what happens if we change the value of these dimensions? Let me show you. So the whole space changes. The whole space changes. So the position of individual students also changes. Here is Ada. If you look at her here, she's here. Now, she's in positive detached. She started as a math-engaged achiever. That's her profile on the top left, right. She's mostly math-engaged achiever. But then the situations change, and we assume that, for example, what happens? We are adding only a half more to the atmosphere of the classroom. So it's becoming very sweet and not demanding, And what happens to her? She changes her profile a little bit. Now she's 50-50, the positive detached and math-engaged achiever. Okay, so, well, there are other very interesting, even bigger movements in other students, but it's just an illustration of how we can model this. Okay, so it occurs that the change of the environment emphasis, when we recompute PCA and centuries, then we obtain a totally different map, and the student may be positioned in a different situation. He may have a different style of functioning. Okay, so conclusions. So the PCA showed that 82%, 83% of variance is explained by overall teacher quality. 10% was strongly predicts mathematics-related career, although it's only 10%. PC2 contrasts mathematical identity formation and classroom comfort. They seem to be opposite. And future STEM professionals are remembered for challenge, trust, and this inspiration rather than a merely pleasant classroom atmosphere. Changes in teaching environments lead to changes in motivational profiles. These changes can be simulated and modeled. Yes. A supportive climate may help students feel safe, but aspiration requires cognitively meaningful demands, possibly. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you have any questions to our presenter? I can hear, so maybe I will ask one question. I was interested in one thing. You were analyzing 4 dimensions, if I remember well.
Yes.
But I wanted to ask you if you think that it would be beneficial to extend the number of those dimensions. What I'm asking about, I've heard an opinion, no idea if it makes sense, but it was the opinion about teaching English, not maths, but English, that the tool you are using to teach also influences in a really significant way the results people are able to obtain. And that was the opinion about teaching directly, face-to-face, and teaching via the video conference using the computer and additional tools as computer games and other electronic digital facilities.
Yes.
Do you think, does it make sense in this research or not?
Yes, I think it makes great sense. I think it makes sense to investigate the topics of relation with the teacher and tools used and how it combines one with another. Yes, it's very important. But the problem is that if you're asking a person who is, for example, 30 or 40 years old, the person never was taught with some sophisticated tools. We are just beginning the story, right? As far as I know, we were very much in love with using electronic devices a couple of years ago. But recently, for example, in Sweden, they discovered that introducing the smart boards, etc., and tablets and computers diminished the results in mathematics. Children were very distracted, and they were just performing worse. So as far as I know, they have banned these devices. But it's a very good question and very much on time. Yes, I would like to plan. I would like to make such over. Yes, it's interesting. Yes, thank you for saying this.
Thank you for your answer. Okay, any other questions? No questions. So thank you very much for your presentation. It was really nice to hear your research results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Because of some changes, seems that it's my turn now to show some presentation. Okay. So I'd like to present a part of our research. Generally, that's a pilot study about possibility of using machine learning in designing optic fibers. I know maybe that's quite far from IT, but generally we are using IT technologies to support the efforts made by our colleagues who are creating a new type of fibers. As you can see, the topic of my presentation is machine learning assisted design of inverted gradient multi-ring optical fibers for flat top beam generation. I know that it sounds magic, but maybe I will explain part by part the whole presentation, but I will start from introducing the whole team. As you can see, the number of people here in this research is quite significant. We are cooperating with our colleagues from this faculty, from Optics Laboratory, and we are cooperating with Białystok University of Science and Technology and AGH University. So as you can see, there are two other universities engaged in this research. That's because the topic we are trying to do is quite complicated. But starting from scratch, the fiber optic, what is this? As you know, that's the kind of cable that is used the most often to send information. We know it from daily routine that the information, the internet is sent via optic cables, and we know them, just a piece of glass. Okay, that makes sense, but we are talking about something else. Generally, the light which is propagated through such a piece of glass creates a beam of light, and this beam has a special shape, and this shape depends on the properties of the glass. And the important thing is that we can change this shape using a special structure of the optic fiber. Here, the scheme you can see on the screen is the scheme of multi-layer, multi-ring optical fiber. That's constructed of many rings, many cylinders, having the various refractive indices. So we have various layers of glass having various properties. And if we adjust those properties properly, we can shape the beam. And such an example of beam you can see here. The beam going out from the optic fiber can be represented as such a strange shape. If we look at this at the two-dimensional space, we can see that the power of light can be very, very big and strong in the center of this beam, and it's quite weak at the edge of the optic fiber. But as you can see, we have here 3 examples of beams. To be honest, those are really good examples, but as you can see, they vary, significantly vary. And the question is why we are discussing the shape of the beam. We are not talking about transferring information. Here we are talking about technological applications. For example, as you know, we can use laser to cut something. Laser, not optic fiber, but lasers are nowadays created with optic fibers, and we are using those fibers just to shape the beam, the light which is going out. And of course, as you know, to work with some material, we need special properties of this light beam. It should be strong, but it should be strong in such a big area as it's possible. So we want to have very wide beam. What else? The edges. The edges should grow rapidly. Why? Generally, if we are shining with a very strong light at the material, it will be cut off. But if the power of light is moderate, the material will be strengthened, will be even harder to cut. So the shape of the beam should be appropriate for particular applications. So what's the research problem? Of course, as I said, we can shape the beam using the configuration of the optic fiber, but the point is that the possibilities of various configurations are very count. So We have many possible configurations and we have to choose the proper one. How to do this? By experiment, it's extremely expensive, so it's almost impossible. Of course, we can use simulations. That's a very good idea, but time-consuming. Each simulation costs a lot of time, seconds, minutes, depends on the complication of the simulation. And of course, the other thing is the necessity of engaging human here. The aim of our study was to verify if we are able to create a model, machine learning model, that will be able to gather this knowledge and represent the model of the fiber. And we wanted to use such a model just to predict the beam parameters on the base of the configuration of the fiber. Why? Of course, to accelerate the whole process and make it cheaper. And we took under consideration 3 beam parameters. The first is full width at half maximum. That's the width of the beam. It's marked here in the middle of the picture. So that's the width of the beam at the half of its height. So that's the first parameter, which is important from our point of view. The second is beam flatness. So we want to achieve the flat top of this beam. Saying straight, the beam flatness is counted as a medium value from all of those points marked orange. Those are points greater or value of power or powers of the line greater than 1 divided by e square. And the last parameter is edge steepness. So that's saying straight the angle of the edge of this beam to the horizontal line. Okay, we were working in our pilot study with 3-layer fibers. So as you can see on this image, we have 3 gray elements, the core of this fiber, and 2 additional layers. And each layer has some refractive index. Those indexes, the values of those indexes, are represented here in the bottom chart as bars. Okay, and we have 3 input values. Generally, if we used only those 3 values, the results were not perfect. We found that extending the set of input features was very beneficial and allowed us to obtain better results. And we've decided to introduce the relationships between those 3 values, those refractive indices. So here as alpha symbols, alpha 1 up to alpha 3, we've introduced, no idea if I can say angles between those values, but generally those are relationships between particular refractive indices. And additionally, we created artificial lines connecting those points, and we've introduced additional features, which are angles between those lines. And because of this, we've created 6 additional input values on which we were trying to predict the shape of the final light beam. Our data set was quite simple, quite simple. As I said, we were using here 3 layers fiber. So the number of layers is insignificant here, but it was really good for pilot study because it was possible to simulate it manually. As you can see, we had a bit over 700 simulations, so we are able to do this. But the point is that real fibers created with rings have at least 8 layers. So the number of simulations are here really big. Okay, so that was our data set. We were changing refractive indices of particular layers in this range with some step, quite small. So we had 9 unique values of refractive index in each layer. Okay. As you can see, the number of simulations was insignificant, so we needed to find some model that will be possible to train using such insignificant number of simulations, and we found that random forest is really good here. And to be honest, we've prepared 3 models, because for each parameter, beam flatness, FWHM, and edge steepness, we've prepared the separate model, because each parameter is influenced by other input parameters. Okay, and what results we've obtained? Generally, we found that that model was possible to learn to copy the properties of the fiber, the model of the fiber really well. We've obtained R-square parameter at the level of 98%. And important thing is that the feature importance analysis revealed that alpha 1 parameter is the most important according to the model. So not directly refractive indices of particular layers, but alpha features are considered to be more important, more informative for the model. And one more important conclusion is that the best input features set combined all refractive indices and alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3 parameters. Not the whole set. As you can see in the second position, we have the whole set containing alpha 1 up to alpha 6 parameters, and the result was almost the same. Or if we will look at the error, mean square error, for example, we will see that this model performed a bit worse. That's quite obvious because those parameters are not independent. They are really strongly dependent one from the another one. Okay, so those were results for beam flatness. For the second parameter, for edge steepness, the best result was obtained for the same input pitches, but R-square parameter was quite lower, 94%. Why? Generally, the relationship between configuration of the fiber and the beam shape was much more complicated. So the model was not performing as well as the previous one. And quite interesting thing, alpha parameters are also the most important here, but the point is that not the alpha 1 is the most important as it was in the previous case, but now alpha 3 is rated the highest. So as we can see, still the relationship between refractive indices are the most important here, but the other relation is rated higher than previously. And the last model performed even better than previous ones. R-square is 99%, and alpha 3 parameter is considered to be the most important. Okay, so to summing up the whole research, I can say that we've succeeded. We found that the model, machine learning model, in this case random forest, can be successfully applied for these applications. So it gives us a really promising result for future, because we are going to start experiments with fibers having at least 8 layers. But the point is that even in this case, we have some problem, because we are training our models on the base of simulations, and the number of some simulations is really huge here. So the problem is that probably we won't be able to make so many simulations. And the future research we are going to put here is active learning. So we want to dance our simulations there where changes in the output parameter are more significant, and quit some simulations there where changes are insignificant or there are no changes in the final parameter. Okay, thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I will try to answer. Yes, please.
You assess the feature importance. Did you
Yeah.
think about using some visual methods to show the feature importance, like sharper or lines?
No, we didn't use this, but that's a very good idea. Thank you. Okay, so if you have no questions, so thank you. And we will continue in a moment. Okay, so now we will make a short break, 5 minutes break, because we need to switch. You can say? Coffee? Okay, so I've heard the opinion that coffee break is necessary. So we are doing now 15 minutes long coffee break. After this break, we will start with presentation of Marcin Derlatka. We need to switch the audio and voice from our room to Teams. So it's time to start our break. We are going to continue in 15 minutes, so we will meet at 23 to 12. Okay, thank you, and we are inviting everybody to have a coffee. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start our next part of the session. Please take your places. Okay, we are starting our online session, and now I'd like to invite Mr. Marcin Derlatka to show his presentation entitled Cross-Condition Gate-Based Human Identification Under Asymmetric Load Carrying. Here we are. The microphone.
Okay, thank you. I hope that everything is okay and that, oops, I think that is a quite problem maybe. Okay, I hope that if something is wrong that anybody call me and tell me that I should change something. Unfortunately, I have heard my own voice with some delay and it's a little uncomfortable. But I try to do this as good as I can. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to present you our latest work. This is concerned technical biometrics, which could be understood as the science of recognizing individual based on their physical and or behavioral characteristics. Biometrics is already present in our lives, and the number of devices like computers and institutions like banks that use biometrics is growing. Considering behavioral biometrics, particular attention should be drawn to human gait. Human gait is one of the most complex human activities performed unconsciously. It is believed that following puberty, human gait remains essentially unchanged. Human gait is also one of few biometrics where, in some conditions, taking the measurement doesn't require direct cooperation with examined person. Gait is difficult to imitate because fundamental biomechanical constraints limit the extent to which people can consciously alter their natural movement patterns. One of the biometrics methods is human recognition based on ground reaction forces generated during a person's gait. Even if a person attempting to mimic someone else's gait possesses strong acting skills, it is impossible to observe gait dynamic measured using ground reaction forces without appropriate equipment. The way a person moves depends on several factors, including type of footwear being worn, physical features or circumstances such as walking speed or an increase in body weight due to a carried load, physical and emotional state, time between two measured data. All of this, all of the above factors, which is called covariates, have a significant impact on the quality of human recognition systems. Currently, research focuses largely on the recognition accuracy under lapse conditions, often overlooking factors that interfere with the gait of the individuals being identified. The signals recorded here were ground reaction forces. These are the forces generated between the foot and the ground during human gait. They have three components: vertical, anterior posterior, and medial lateral. Since these signals are recorded separately for each leg, we obtain a total of 6 time series for each gait cycle. Here we can see ground reaction forces recorded from the same person walking without a briefcase and while carrying a briefcase. We can observe that additional load, increase in gait variability, changes in ground reaction forces are directly related to body weight. So carrying an asymmetric load not only increase the effective mass acting on the ground, but also change gait dynamic, which affect both the amplitude, and the shape of the signals. This reduces stability of the biometric gate features, reduce identification accuracy of biometric systems. These effects are critical for real-world gate recognition systems. So this study aims to investigate how asymmetric loading affects gate-based identification systems that utilize ground reaction forces. The research conducted as a part of this study took place at Białystok University of Technology and Lublin University of Technology. The study included 229 people, 96 women, and 133 men. During examination, the study participants walked along the measuring path numerous times, allowing the recording of from 16 up to 25 stride sequences for each of them. At first, these people walked without any external load, and later they carried a handheld bag of total weight about 4.6 kilograms. In total, more than 4,000 strides with no load and more than 3,500 strides with load were collected. These strides without load was using as training set, and in the later investigation, and these strides with load were using as a test set in the deep learning models. Overall, the participants were students, so they form quite homogeneous database, and it makes our task a little bit harder to do. The following augmentation techniques have been used in the training set. Jittering with a quite small scaling factor, time shifting with less than 2.5% of phase duration, window cropping with less than 3% of the duration of the stance phase, and some combination of them like jittering and time shifting, jittering and window cropping, time shifting and window cropping. Moreover, jittering and mix up, where the same class mix up was made according to this formula, where the mixing coefficient was quite high. And the last, jittering and window shifting and window cropping. In this work, the following three deep learning models can be used. CNN plus attention plus art phase, in which CNN blocks extracts local gate feature from ground reaction forces. The attention mechanism focuses on the most relevant signals regions, while arts phase laws enhance the discrimination between individuals. Inception time analyzes ground reaction forces signals at multiple temporal scales by applying convolutional filters with different size. The residual connection make it easier to train deeper network and help capture both short and long-term gain patterns. Efficient inception time was very heavy model, and it takes a lot of time to teach them. Efficient net 1D uses lightweight and very efficient MB-conf blocks. All models were optimized using Optuna during training. Optimization involved also the number of the block of each of these model, with, of course, some range of assumed values. The results are shown in the upper table. it presents top 1 and top 5 accuracy values. As we can see, the results are good, and the efficient Net1D model achieves particularly strong performance. It was more than 98% of correctly identified person. These values, these results are very strong, especially when we compare it with the result reported in previous studies. The most similar study was made by Mostodakis and company, and they obtained a little less than 88% of correct identification. And the biggest difference was that they used a database with only 40 subjects. And of course, it makes this task easier for them. My own some earlier unpublished research based on the quite similar database. When I used parameterization of ground traction forces and some classical artificial intelligence methods like support vector machine, allows me to obtain up to 72% of correct classification. More than 92% of accuracy was obtained by Yogarach and his team. However, they based on the smaller database, and what is much more important, they use another modality because they use video recorded data. And I think that these results show that our results are really, really good. To sum up, ground traction forces are an effective biometrics modality for gate-based identification under asymmetrical loading. Efficient Net1D achieved the highest identification performance among the evaluated models. And future work should consider heavier loads, backpack carrying, and footwear-related covariates to take into consideration other covariates of this modality. Thank you for your attention. Maybe any question?
Thank you for your presentation, and we are waiting for questions from audience. Maybe I will ask one question. I'm interested in one thing. You've presented 3 models, really well performing, but maybe it would be worth it to use some ensemble voting by those 3 models. Did you consider such an opportunity?
Yes, of course. Moreover, I made it, and of course the results are much better. It's maybe not much because better. So yes, it's a good idea.
Okay, thank you. And now
Thank you.
questions? Okay, I can hear more questions, so thank you very much for your presentation. It was really interesting, and thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I see that Mrs. Julia Żuk is with us, so I'd like to introduce her presentation, automated segmentation of the equine and temporomandibular joint from computed tomography images, a preliminary study. The microphone is yours, and please present your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon. Please, one moment.
Please share the screen with us. That's good. It's visible.
Mm. Do you see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see. Please continue.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julia Żuk, and today I would like to present our preliminary study on automated segmentation of the equine temporomandibular joint from computed tomography images. Before discussing our study, I would like to briefly introduce a temporomandibular disease. On the image, you can see the location of the temporomandibular joint in the horse. This joint connects the mandible to the skull and is responsible for jaw movement during feeding on and other activities. Temporomandibular disease affects the temporomandibular joint and can cause pain and functional problems. In both humans and horses, these disorders may lead to restrict jaw movement, abnormal mouth opening, and joint noises during movement. These symptoms can negatively affect feeding behavior, performance, and overall welfare. Therefore, accurate diagnosis of temporomandibular joint abnormalities is clinically important. At the same time, computed tomography is currently one of the most important imaging modalities used for assessing temporomandibular joint abnormalities. CT enables a detailed visualization of bone structures and helps identify pathological changes such as cysts, erosions, or sclerosis. At the same time, advance in artificial intelligence and deep learning create new opportunities for automated image processing. Such approach can improve standardization, reduce manual workload, and support future diagnostic and treatment planning system. Segmentation is a crucial step is quantitative image analysis. However, manual and semi-automated segmentation of CT images is time-consuming and depends heavily on the experience of the operator. In human medicine, automated segmentation methods are already available and are increasingly used in clinical practice. In contrast, no study has yet investigated automated segmentation of equine temporomandibular joints. Therefore, the aim of this study was to develop and compare automated segmentation approaches based on deep convolutional neural networks for equine temporomandibular joint analysis. For this study, CT images were collected from 42 equine cadaver heads obtained from slaughterhouse. Since each head provided both left and right temporomandibular joints, the data sets contained 84 temporomandibular joints in total. All scans were accurate using the same multi-row CT scanner, specifically the Revolution CT system manufactured by GE Healthcare. To create reference masks for training and evaluation, we first perform automated segmentation. The CT scans were improved into 3D slicer software. 2 regions of interest were annotated for each scan, corresponding to the left and right mandibular condyles. A bone windows was applied and structures with densities greater than or equal to 350 Hounsfield units were segmented. Finally, the masks were manually corrected and exported to an RRD format. An example of the semi-automated segmentation results is shown on the figures. The highlighted regions represents the mandibular condyle that was selected and manually corrected before being used as the reference segmentation. For automated segmentation, we use the Monai framework based on the PyTorch library. 2 image processing variants were investigated. The first variant used a 3D unit architecture with residual blocks and with histogram normalization and no additional contrast enhancement. The second variant applied contrast-limited adaptive histogram equalization as a pre-processing step to improve local image contrast and potentially enhance boundary detection. We wanted to determine whether this additional pre-processing could improve segmentation performance. This slide presents the architecture of the 3D unit model used in our study. The input CT volume is resized to 96 by 96 by 96 voxels. As shown in the figure, the network consists of the encoder, a bottleneck, and the decoder. On the left side, the encoder gradually reduces the spatial resolution of the image while extracting increasingly complex features. At the same time, the number of features channels increases, allowing the model to learn more abstract representation of the anatomy. Each level contains residual blocks which improve feature extraction and facilitate the training process. In the center of the architectures, the bottleneck stores the most compact representation of the image. On the right side, the decoder progressively reconstructs the segmentation mask and restores spatial information. The dashed lines represent skip connection between the encoder and decoder. This connection helps preserve fine anatomical details that could otherwise be lost during downsampling. Finally, one by one convolutional layer generates the output segmentation mask of the mandibular condyle. This architecture is widely used in medical image segmentation in human medicine. Therefore, this network was selected in our study. To evaluate model performance, we compared the automatically generated mask with expert segmentations, which served as the reference standard. The primary metric used was the dice similarity coefficient. This metric measures the overlap between the expert mask and the predicted mask. A value of 1 indicates perfect agreement, while lower values indicate less overlap. The results were highly encouraging. Both models achieved near perfect agreement with the reference segmentations. The model 3D unit achieved a mean dice coefficient of 0.96, while the Clechy models achieved a mean value of 0.95. The difference between the two approaches was not statistically significant. Interestingly, the standard model performed slightly better, suggesting that additional contrast enhancement was not necessary for this particular dataset. This figure presents an example of automated segmentation of the equine mandibular condyle using the 3D unit model. The green mask represents the reference segmentation, while the red mask represents the prediction generated by the AI. As we can see, the overlap between both masks is very high in all views, including the axial, coronal, sagittal plans and the three-dimensional reconstruction. And this visual agreement is consistent with the high dissimilarity coefficients reported in the results. Despite the promising results, several limitations should be acknowledged. First, the dataset size was relatively small, which may affect the robustness of the model. Second, all images were acquired using the same CT scanner, which may limit the generalizability of the results to data obtained with different imaging systems. Finally, as illustrated by the example CT images shown on this slide, the models were trained and evaluated using scans that had already been cropped to the mandibular condyle region. This pre-processing step simplified the segmentation task because the network didn't need to identify the anatomical location of the condyle within the entire CT examination. Therefore, future studies should address this limitation by using larger and more diverse data sets and by investigating fully automated workflows based on complete CT scans. In conclusion, the studied models achieved high similarity of automated segmentation of equine temporomandibular joints with dice coefficients above 0.95. These findings demonstrate that deep learning can provide a feasible and time-efficient tool for future computer-aided diagnosis and treatment planning. Future work should focus on validation using larger multi-center datasets to assess model generalizability across different horse population and imaging systems. Another important direction is disease classification. The images shown on this slide illustrate different stages of temporomandibular joint osteoarthritis, ranging from mild disease at the top, through moderate disease in the middle, to severe disease at the bottom. Accurate automated segmentation is the first step towards developing AI system capable of automatically detecting and classifying such pathological changes. Finally, these methods could be integrated into surgical planning and clinical decision support system for equine maxillofacial intervention. The key references used in the study are listed here, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And we are waiting for questions from audience. Here we are.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. You've mentioned about nearly perfect segmentation. Did you try to ask clinicals, doctors about the results?
In human medicine,
Did you discuss the results with doctors?
sorry, did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. In articles about human medicine, the results are almost the same compared with my results.
Okay, thank you. And our questions? Maybe I will ask about one thing. You said that you are analyzing an image inside the region of interest. My question is, how did you choose the region of interest? Did you do it manually, or maybe you had some special algorithm for it?
It is a key structure of the temporomandibular joint and was a good target for this preliminary study. But all temporomandibular joint, we in future, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers, and thank you once again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'd like to invite Ms. Katarina Cuwara, and I'd like to introduce her presentation, Google for Research. Here you are. Please share your screen with us, and the stage is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you also see my screen?
Yeah, everything is okay.
Okay, great. So hello everybody. I can hear some feedback. Is it just from my side?
No, that's a technical issue. So don't be afraid of this.
All right.
Just continue. You are really well.
That's okay. That's okay then. Yeah, just making sure. So hello, my name is Katarina Cuwara. I'm here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm here representing Google and Google Cloud. So in the next few minutes, I will discuss about how Google is powering the new era of scientific discovery and research with AI tools. And tools that from one side, they have to do with tools that Google makes available to the wider community, to be used also for research and science. And on the second part of this presentation, I will discuss actually how Google, the Google Labs and Google DeepMind and Google Research used these AI tools and to create, to do scientific discovery. So I will start with the more recent announcement from the Google event that happened like 2-3 weeks ago, the Google I/O event, input-output. It's a yearly event with all the announcements, and everything basically was around AI. So they discussed about anti-gravity. Anti-gravity is a platform, it's an agent platform basically, that deals with all the orchestration and the development of agents and AI-driven workflows. It's a series of tools that can be used. It has the desktop application, it has the IDE for vibe coding, it has the command line interface, and as I said, this is a platform for basically agentic development and orchestration. Next to that, there was an announcement for Spark. Spark is Gemini Spark. Yeah, is an agent. Everything it is just to tell you, everything is around agents. So Spark is the always-on agent. It goes beyond the traditional. Excuse me. It goes beyond the traditional chatbot. In the sense that it is not reactive, it doesn't wait for us to be told what to do, but it is proactive. It connects, it is like a digital proactive assistant, basically, autonomous, that it sits, it's always on in the background, even when our systems are closed. And it interacts with them and does things and orchestrate into some extent our digital life. Then I would speak about the Omni. It's like the new model that it was demonstrated, and it is coming soon into wider use. And this is all one model in the sense that the input can be, anything from text, model, image, video, and the output, irrelevant to what it is, the input, is also can be any of these. And without requiring basically different models to achieve this or different architecture. And of course, the various Gemini models that, perhaps you are aware. As I said, everything it is agentic, so it was discussed the new, the revamped, I would say, AI platform that it is now called Agent Platform, and it enhances, it provides tools for the users and researchers and scientists to make multi-agent environment and workflows. Now, concentrating into the science part, all these tools have been packaged to a new collection, as we say, for science tools, that under the name Gemini for Science. And first of all, I would start with tools like the notebook LM that deals with that provides basically help to scientists to work with all the research and scientific literature to either analyze existing literature and converse and try to find gaps and query, basically extract information, or to synthesize new literature information over their scientific research. The other tool is a co-scientist. This is a multi-agent tool that acts as a partner to the scientist. It is a system that assists in hypothesis generation. It basically collaborates with the researchers and the scientists, and it helps in ideation. It helps in conversing with in creating in making new breakthroughs. So this I will bypass. Is just, if you want, there is a blog and a site that you can go and see where it is already used and what researchers have already achieved in various areas, mainly around biology and medicine. Then I spoke about anti-gravity earlier, the multi-platform, the platform to create, to write code, to orchestrate agents and all this. It is just to add here that for the purpose of the science users, there are skills that they have been added, or you can add into anti-gravity to provide to the users distinguished capabilities to use anti-gravity with their specific knowledge base. Of course, I don't know, of course, probably quite a lot of you may know now. I'm going into the tools that Google have given, rather into the how Google themselves used AI to do advancements. And first and foremost, it is the AlphaFold 3 that even resulted into 2024 Nobel Prize for Google Mind research in chemistry. AlphaFold 3 predicts the structure and the interaction. It started with AlphaFold 2 that had to do with the protein folding, solving the protein folding problem, and like a problem that was teasing scientists for decades, just to find the structure of one single protein. It was a matter of a PhD research for some scientists. And with the advent of AlphaFold 2, like all the known proteins in a very short amount of time, the structure, the 3 structure of all the known proteins was deciphered. Just to say here that it is very important to know the 3D structure of the proteins, because it is very closely connected to the function of the protein. And the proteins are the most important molecules, I would say, in the body, in the organism. So by deciphering the structure, many things can come out of this, like in understanding how the body works. Now, with the AlphaFold 3, there is a step further of actually connecting the proteins with extra molecules, either RNA or other macromolecules, or even small chemicals, and this is very much related to the drug discovery, because drugs basically work like this. So very important example of AI used for science from Google. Here again, I will pass quickly, is for those that you want to know how already has been used. It is used extensively. Here I have some examples. Generally, AI is used by Google and Google DeepMind widely in genomics. the area that has to do with the genome basically and the DNA, and it has been applied in decoding basically for environmental breakthroughs and life on Earth. On the pangenome mapping, because for those that have worked with the DNA genome project, it was only when initially were done, it was only done from some very small section of American people, American DNA people. So it was not very characteristic, of the whole population. Usually for the time and the period and the way that they could use huge amounts of data, it was good. But now this pangenome mapping is very promising, and AI is used extensively from Google. Google is investing a lot. Alpha missense is another project that has to do with genetic mutations, and by understanding and mapping rather the mutations is to pinpoint the cause of diseases. AI has been used extensively from Google Research in neuroscience and in mapping the brain and all the various the neurons and how they interact, all the network, how the information is going through all these networks, and it basically it is a system that involves huge amounts of information, but it's very promising with the results that they are going to come out of this. It's like a 10-year work that it has accelerated now with the advent of AI and generative AI, in Gen AI. In geophysics, big advancements again with weather forecasting and moving and bringing into AI into traditionally weather forecasting happens with, of course, with AI models that require massive amounts of compute. What DeepMind did and succeed with Weather Next. Actually, I will go here, and the most recent model that it is called Weather Next 2, it used a massive amount of historical weather data and learned from and created a model that has learned from this data. So it created this model that it can create 15-day, very accurate 15-day long global forecast with an hour resolution, with hourly in resolution, sorry, in minutes, and that they are a lot more accurate than the state-of-the-art current models, and a lot cheaper than, without having to utilize this immense amount of compute power. And it is available for free to research. Then a lot of, am I doing good still with timing? I'm accelerating. A lot of research in ecology and biodiversity. Again, an area that in order to have advancement, you have to deal with massive amount of data. So AI is the answer on this and can help a lot through. And Google is working, very actively working on this. Quantum chemistry and material science, they already have discovered 2.2 million new crystals that can be used, for advancements, perhaps in batteries, in solar panels, and so forth. Then, last but not least, and there are many others that just you choose those to include for the interest of time, mapping the ionosphere in order to be able to tell earthquakes, and using the from one side the layer of the earth, the upper layer of the earth, with all the charged particles, and from the other side, the millions of Android phones that they are used every day, and to basically use all this information to detect earthquakes and warn for earthquakes. So, yeah, I hope I didn't go out much from my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really inspiring. And now we are looking for questions from audience. Here we are. We have one question.
Thank you for your presentation. You describe a lot of models. Don't you think that such a dynamic development of dedicated models will be or might be quite dangerous in the long run? You've mentioned about studies about drugs and so on.
Sure. Yes, any science and technology can be dangerous if it is not used appropriately and from the correct hands. And coming from inside Google, Google believes in actually what is the correct word? In actually, working for making all of this safe, and actually for the benefit of the humans. And they said, yeah, you're quite right. We need to be very careful. These are very, very, very powerful tools indeed. Saying this, you cannot just leave them aside. Yes, you just have to be careful, because our progress is dependent on it.
Thank you very much for your explanation. Any other questions? Okay, we have no questions, so thank you once again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, now because of technical issues, we will make a short break just to switch our equipment. So 5 minutes break, and we will continue with the second part of our session. Thank you. Bartek, we dwóch zostaliśmy na online. Ma być jeszcze jedna prezentacja online, ale ja nie wiem. Co? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is generating 3D models for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind and visually impaired individuals. Here you are, the stage is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is generating 3D models for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind and visually impaired individuals. Here you are, the stage is yours.
You have blind, visually impaired people. So they are...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is 3D models for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind and visually impaired individuals. Here you are, the stage is yours.
You have blind, visually impaired fragmentary. The current solution is to provide people can...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is 3D models for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind and visually impaired individuals. Here you are, the stage is yours.
You have blind, visually impaired fragmentary. The current solution is to provide people can...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is 3D
models which are
for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind and visually impaired individuals.
The current solution is to provide
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is 3D
models which are
for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind and Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is 3D
models which are
for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind and Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is 3D
models which are
for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is 3D
models which are
for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is 3D
models which are
for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind and visually impaired individuals. Here you are, the stage is yours.
models which are
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our session, and the next presenter is Marcin Badurowicz, and his presentation is 3D models for historic architecture buildings for the education of the blind and visually impaired individuals. Here you are, the stage is yours.
models which are
Education
For every in this photo, in this slide, you can see the original photo from which the models have been created and the screenshots of the models created by both of the 3D models created by both of the ML models. For all of them, the overall geometry was quite okay, but how good it is. So for us, we need to some kind of a way to prepare a scale. So we have created an expert scale, of course, starting from 0, ending in 5. So 5 points is maximum you can get if everything is faithfully reproduced with this most important features. And based on the notes given by the expert, the ML system, actually the Qwen 3.6, has graded the models giving the points. And as you can see, in average, we decided, we calculated that Tripo got 3.95 points and the Trellis got 3.8 points, which is quite high, and this is very interesting. So it seems that from this particular point of view we have right now, the models are good enough to preserve the most important the defining elements of the structures we have right now. However, there were strange things happening. One of the photos had a lightning rod, and TripleSG even created the lightning rod on the 3D model. Of course, it was absolutely horribly looking. However, it was there. It's absolutely not the defining element of an architecture, but it was part of an original photo, so it was created. On the other hand, Trellis has created a 3D cross, because if the cross is looking good in 2D, but we are creating from 2D to 3D, so it generated a cross in 3D, because why not? Which is absolutely not right. But I think that the absolutely amazing concept, not right, was that Tripo has strengthened the Tower of Pisa, because it should be not straight, because it's a defining feature of this particular building. However, it's not something which is typical in the architecture, that the building is unstraight. And for example, also we have been concentrating on a texture because we are working on 3D printing the model where the texture is absolutely not important. But for example, in Object 7, which is a minaret in Uzbekistan, the texture was presenting a Shahida, Islamic text of fate, while in the generated texture, it was absolutely not there. When we analyzed how the models are well preserved for 3D printing, the answer is they are not. The problem is that the models created are not in a so-called watertight, which means they have holes. And in our original pipeline, there was a step to automatically fix some of the elements, but not everything. So For example, in this model, we had degenerate faces, backward edges, and open edges, which means that, yes, one-shot 3D model generation from a single photo is working quite well for our purposes, and the generic geometry and the defining key features of the architecture are usually preserved well enough. And the models are suitable for understanding the architecture. The problem is that the models created are not suitable for 3D printing. There are not only open edges, there are not only holes, there are not only not watertight models. The problem is, for example, also that the models have a width of the walls on the exterior walls are like 1 millimeter, and because the model is not watertight, it cannot generate the interior and it cannot generate an infill. So, for example, this one is very squishy, and I cannot squish it because in a moment it will disintegrate. And unfortunately, it seems that all of the ways I have found right now to automatically fix these problems, especially open edges, are not working correctly. So this is the problem. In the future works, we will try, of course, to find a better way to fix everything, to make this automatic, fully automatic. Also, I would like to remove the expert, so automate the expert, let's say. So instead of asking the expert, is it good, it would be better to train a system to recognize these elements which should be preserved. And there is one more popular model, the Tencent's Hunyuan 3D, which maybe will be even better in this kind of generation. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And time for questions. Here you are.
You said that models are not proper for 3D printing. Maybe you know if it's possible to export them and use in a dedicated application like games or something for education.
Yes, this is probably one of the best way to use models right now. They are easily exportable to GLB, and these models are easily used in any other kind of application apart from 3D printing. Because in VR or in 3D modeling, it doesn't matter if the model has holes, because it will be working.
Thank you very much for the answer. And other questions? Okay, no questions, so thank you very much once again. Okay, and it's time for our next presentation. The next presenter is Łukasz Gałka, and he will show to us the presentation entitled Enhanced Minimal Spanning Tree-Based Isolation Forest with Intuitionic Fuzzy Scoring for Anomaly Detection. Okay, the floor is yours.
Where is the first slide? Okay, I will start from the second slide. My name is Łukasz Gałka, and today I will present you enhanced minimal spanning tree-based isolation forest with intuitionistic fuzzy scoring for anomaly detection. And my presentation is divided into several parts. First, I will introduce minimal spanning tree based isolation forest method. Second, I will introduce the proposed enhancement of the base method. Next, I will move on to the numerical experiments results. And finally, I summarize my presentation and outline directions for future research. Let me start with a presentation of minimal spanning tree based isolation forest and its operating principles. The forest is consists of trees, and for each tree we draw samples, and we have 3 stages. First, we standardize attributes to ensure comparable scales across features, and then we construct isolation trees based on minimal spanning tree algorithm, and in this case is a Kruskal's algorithm. And in the last stage of algorithm, we evaluate samples based on scoring function using 2 factors. On the slide, you can see an example of minimal spanning tree formation and construction isolation tree base constructed on its basis. The letters represent data samples, and numbers represent minimal spanning tree edges and the order which they are added to the forest, to the tree. The second example shows sample evaluation based on a single isolation tree. So in the first part, we search the nearest leaf node in the tree to the evaluated element. Then we measure the distance between them, and we measure the depth of this leaf node in the tree. These 2 components are then passed to the evaluation function, and the final score is calculated based on the formula presented on the screen. It consists of 2 components. So the first one is related with average depths in entire forest, and the second one is related with average distances in entire forest. Now I will move on to the proposed enhancement of the method. So on the slide you can see a general scheme. As you can see, there are new elements such as normalization blocks and scoring block, which is supported with explanation block. So the method produces not only a raw anomaly score, but also the explanation of the result. To better understand the proposal, I will briefly introduce the intuitionistic fuzzy set concept. The membership in the set is described by 3 values. In this case, we have membership certainty, which express certainty that the sample belongs to a given set. The second component is a non-membership certainty, which express certainty that the sample not belongs to a given set. And the last one is a hesitation about this membership. Interestingly, the sum of these 2
these three values is equal to 1, at the same time the sum of membership and non-membership certainties can be less than 1. The first improvement is related with three structure parameters in order to prepare the solution. I calculate average leaf node depths in entire tree. Then I calculate the average minimal spanning tree edges weight in entire minimal spanning tree, and then we can normalize the depth factor using division by average leaf node depths, and we calculate as a component for evaluation which is related with average normalized depth in the entire forest. The second component is calculated similarly, so we calculate normalized distance and we calculate G component which is related with average normalized distances in the entire forest. If we have these two components calculated, so we can describe these values by intuitionistic fuzzy set. So I draw these values on the slide, and the red area represent certainty of membership to anomaly set. The blue area represents certainty of non-membership to anomaly set, and the green area represent hesitation about this membership. These three values are then passed to the evaluation function, and the final score is calculated as a sum of certainty of membership to the anomaly set minus certainty that sample not belongs to anomaly set plus hesitation factor. Now I will show some numerical experiments. So I evaluated my solution based on 30 real-world anomaly detection data sets. On the slide you can see details of these collections. They are sourced from different categories and represent various numbers of attributes and records. The first results are connected with hyperparameter analysis. So on the left-hand side, you can see results for the peer AUC metric, and on the right-hand side, you can see results for ROC AUC metric. In this case, one can see that we have stable results with approximately 20 trees and 200 samples per tree. So this is stable results. Now I will demonstrate the performance metrics. In this case, to better show the efficiency of the method, I compare my algorithm with other isolation forest-based methods and algorithm that not based on isolation paradigm. So on the left-hand side, similarly, you can see algorithm ranking for the peer AUC, and on the right-hand side, you can see ranking for the ROC AUC. In both cases, the novel proposal has the higher ranking value, and the higher ranking means the better algorithm is. So in both cases, the method presents the best results. In summary, I introduce in my work 3 specific parameters that characterize the forest trees, and these parameters are then passed to the evaluation function, novel evaluation function, which allows for the more precise sample assessment. And the method was evaluated on 30 real-world data sets and demonstrates high performance. As a future work direction, I will mention 3 points. So the first one is integration of dimensionality reduction techniques for the pre-processing phase. Then I will try to construct multiple forest. And in the last part of my plans, I will try to develop forest consist of heterogeneous trees. Thank you for your attention. The last slide is invisible.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have some time for questions. Do you have anyone to our speaker? Okay, here you are.
You have conducted a lot of studies, so I would like to ask what, in your opinion, are the limitations you observed?
In my method, the first is a cost of calculating distances when the minimal spanning tree must be constructed, and because of that, the first future work point is dimensionality reduction techniques for this purpose. So in this case, if we have, for example, 1,000 of attributes in samples, the method could slow in a hard way.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Any other questions? Okay, so if you know questions, thank you once again for your presentation. Okay, and I think we can go to our next presentation, which is the deferred processing and fuzzy logic analysis prototype for user interests assessment in VR environments. And the speaker is Stanisław Piotr Skulimowski.
Hello, everyone. How are you today? Okay. My presentation is about measuring the interest of participant in VR experiences, particular VR museums and its exhibitions. This is part of work that I conduct with my colleague, Marcin Badurowicz. And the whole premise for this research and this proof of concept challenge was to find out how much we can get from mobile VR setup that we used to produce, develop during our cultural heritage dissemination research. So our setup, the hardware, consists of cardboard VR based solution where we got a custom VR museum application. That's our gem. That's what we do. We put 3D scanned artifacts to the VR for the promotion of cultural heritage. And we ask, are we doing good? Are our participants happy about this whole experience? The interesting part in it is that we can try to measure the interest in terms of temporal and spatial dimensions, not only where the user clicked, but also not only on each object he clicked, so each of the exhibition part was most interested, but what the user actually did in this virtual environment, when he stand, where he moved, when he looked at, and so on. And the VR museum is a suitable case because all exhibitions are labeled, placed, and have its own categories, etc. So it's very ordered and planned. There are obviously some technical problems that we had to overcome during this research. So, for example, the VR at the general level, it's very performance demand. So the fastest we can go with rendering and processing, the better. Yeah, any additional process must be cut off for the sake of performance and the stable FPS at the end. So our approach was to minimize the telemetry that we obtain in the online mode during the VR session and leave the heavy lifting offline. Yeah, and the offline part consists of replay sessions that uses the data from those telemetry and enhance them and enrich them with additional markers to create more user-object relations, adding more meta parameters like distance, visibility, head alignment to the object, etc. Since the interest, it's not like binary, yes or no, I like this, I dislike this, we thought that this is the good place to introduce the fuzzy rules to measure the actual interest and to make it more fluent. And the last, we can come up with many ways to analyze, to ask about this interest, and we try to make use most of the granularity analysis in this concept. Okay. So the whole premise of the architecture is that the online part at the top should be as little as possible, and the heavy lifting, the offline, should be placed outside the VR experience. So it would not demand the phone and the VR device attention to process. And the online part is the only one that requires participant engagement, actually. So after downloading the logs, we can do whatever we want across our capabilities in terms of 3D scene, what we can program, what we had in mind, or what we can try to align with each other. So for example, the user with objects, but also the general placement, rooms, etc., and so on. The offline part consists of ETL-like process that makes it possible to reconstruct the original trajectory based on timestamps markers of position and rotation, where we could fully extend our imagination to enrich data for all possible relations between user and objects in the scene. So, for example, we try to, in this, you can see in this image that we try to measure the actual volume of objects in particular frames, but also the placement of those volumes of objects to know if not only if a user is participant is close to the object, but also if it's aligned with his line of sight. And yeah, there is no eye tracking because this is low budget by design. Yeah. So this is all a very good approximation, good or bad. Yeah. This is our very simple final fuzzy logic set of rules that we used for our research. There were some iterations, and this is a foreshadowing for the profit that I will talk later. So those rules were based on actual museum enjoyer interests, how to measure one's interests in the museum. So if one just skip the exhibition, he's probably not interested in it. But when he look at something in a distance and close towards it for a long time, it indicates something that is not in the great angular vision for this particular user. He will engage it with it in the moment. And as I said before, there are some granularity level analysis that we can do with those data. And here are 4 examples. The first one is the participant spatial level granularity, where we can ask where user was most interested in general. So basically, those heat maps for participant A and participant B shows the accumulated interests of this particular user in each cell of representing part of the museum. So we can see here, for example, that the participant A was most interested or most focused in general, not on particular object, but most focused on this second room on the left in this virtual environment. And in the contrast, the participant B was most interested in the last room in this setup. The other example shows the temporal level of analysis, where we can find out how the interest in all objects in this museum changed or fluctuates in time. Where time, I mean frames because they are not always aligned with a linear time spent. So we can see, for example, that first, the color of those dots changed from 1 to second, from second to third, and that's good. We can interpret it as a linear going up and be invested in one object, then leave it, go to the second one, leave it, and so on. So it's probably okay. But when we try to compare it with walking average curve that shows the average interest in last 100 frames, then we can see that it fluctuates maybe too much. We would like more the stable curve, yeah. So something that is not so going up and down. Yeah. The third one is the cross-participant object level. So we can aggregate the interests among all users in particular objects. So for example, here is the ordered list of objects according to the aggregated interest rate in those objects. And the most popular in this particular those particular sessions were the miniature glazed mug, for example. And the last example is about enhancing this last analysis with categories that we could associate objects with. So for example, we can try to categorize those are pottery, those are human remains, those are textiles, paintings, etc. And we can try to estimate what particular user or group of users were most interested in. Paintings or pottery, etc. Or maybe some other category, yeah? And in terms of profit, why actually using this deferred analysis setup? The true power of the gain that we can get from using this is the reprocessing ability. So for example, if we would like to try different sets of fuzzy rules in only online mode, that requires us to retake all sessions for all participants, for all those fuzzy rule sets. Yeah, when we got those raw logs from online sessions, those lightweight logs, we can just do it offline. Yeah, just to try different fuzzy rule sets in our I should say free time. Yeah, it's a free time for the participant, not for the researcher. Yeah, but the participant do not need to engage anymore in it. That's the profit. And the more we would like to test, the better. In conclusion, the deferred processing is a practical strategy for real behavioral analysis. As I said, it leave the VR devices and VR hardware away from the heavy lifting during the VR session, and we do it afterwards, after all sessions from current cohort are finished. Second, head orientation enables accessible interest estimation without eye-tracking hardware. In our opinion, it's quite okay that we would that we actually measured something, yeah, that is individual for each participant and has its own roots, and we know why this particular interest rate were calculated. Fuzzy logic offers interpretable, adjustable assessment. Yeah. So as I said before, we avoided the scenario of binary statements. Is it good or not? We can just try to make a more fluent assessment to it. Yeah. And that's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And we have some time for questions. Do you have any questions? Okay, here we are.
I probably didn't catch something, but you present some charts where on one axis was interest. I would like to ask how it was measured. What was the unit? It was a time that user focused on some specific object or something else?
This is a very specific measurement of I don't know in this current moment. It consists of some features like time spent on a particular object measured by the presence of the object in the current frame. So for example, where the object is more in a center of viewport, or is it bigger, or is it makes bigger during the time, or is it the only one? Yeah, is it in the front of others? We just took all those funny features, add them together, and we got our results. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer. And once again, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, it's time for our next presentation. The next presenter is Karol Łazaruk with his presentation, What Users See versus What Users Feel, Eye Tracking and Survey-Based Interface Evaluation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karol Łazaruk, and I'm here to present the findings of our study entitled What Users See versus What Users Feel, Eye Tracking and Survey-Based Interface Evaluation. So the graphical user interfaces are usually the first thing that users see when they're trying to assess, where they're trying to interact with the computer. But we rarely ask how usable such operating systems, such GUIs are. So we can measure it using, for example, combining objective measures with some subjective ones. But in literature, scientific literature, we can usually find the methods devoted to eye tracking, etc. But these methods usually focus on single platforms, so single operating systems, and usually they rely on small data samples. So here we have two problems. The first one is the habits, because the users learn the interfaces. They are building some habits, and they are building some spatial memory, which can change how they perceive an interface. And the second one is what users see. So the objective behavior is not always the same. It does not always matches to the subjective ratings. So what they really feel. So let me briefly explain some aspects so that we could continue. Usability is the measurement. It tells us how easily and effectively we can use the interface. The user experience, UX, it is the broader impression it forms. Eye tracking is the objective method for recording the user behavior. I mean, the gaze, where they look, without referring to their opinions. And then we have habit and spatial memory, which is, as I said before, devoted to learning and building some patterns. Next, we have SAS, which is System Usability Scale. It is a standardized questionnaire which can transform some opinions into a standardized usability score. So the aim of our study was to compare the three popular desktop operating systems GUIs, Windows, macOS, and Linux, using eye tracking and SAS questionnaire in terms of usability, efficiency, and the role of user habit. In the study, the 68 participants took part. They were all from Lublin University of Technology, so they were students. They had basic experience with all of these systems. And we have conducted the study on three operating systems: Windows 11, macOS 15 Sequoia, and Linux OpenSUSE. We have chosen these systems because of their popularity. And during the experiment, all of the participants had to follow 16 tasks. So for each operating system, there were 16 tasks and 38 tasks in total. And we have performed some analysis using eye tracking and subjective SAS scores. And here we have some examples of tasks. So these are everyday real life scenarios that we can do on daily basis, like locating the system button or file size. So we have selected some task metrics for the quantitative analysis: task completion time and task completion success. For eye tracking, we have defined AOI, which is area of interest, a special place for which contains the answer for each task. And here we have time to first fixation, so the time needed for the first look within this area, fixation count, the number of looks, a fixation dwell time, the total time spent within this area of interest, and revisit count, the number of revisits. And then we have subjective metric, which is the SAS score. We have used statistical analysis tests, Kruskal-Wallis, because ANOVA assumptions were not met, and also done post-host tests with bond-foreign corrections for SAS pairwise comparisons. We have asked two questions. The first one was devoted to declared primary operating system, and as you can see, over 86% of respondents claimed Microsoft Windows to be their primary operating system. Microsoft was the Mac OS and Linux were at the same level, and same pattern within distribution of operating systems used daily. Here again, Windows with 63% and 28% for Linux. So please keep this imbalance in mind because it is central to the habit story that I'm going to discuss later. And then we have the heat maps, so the aggregations of visual attention levels. On the left side, we can see the example of heat map for Linux. So the three lower attention areas and one with higher intensity, which is, of course, the answer for these tasks. And on the right side, the example of Mac OS. We can observe more spread over larger area, more spread over, which may indicate the potential difficulties. And here an example of two hotspots for Microsoft Windows. So generally, we can conclude that the heat maps separated the systems. macOS was the most troublesome with dispersed attention, whereas the rest of these two systems led users to the target flawlessly. And here an example of objective performance metrics, the mean fixation count. Here more fixation means more visual effort. And we can see the pattern that Microsoft Windows outperformed these two systems. But here we can also observe other discrepancies. Okay, we have analyzed 6 or 7 metrics, objective performance metrics that I'm not going to discuss, to present right now because it would take too much time. So maybe I'll show you some key observations. In case of time to first fixation, the Linux was most stable, but generally all the systems were quite similar, and this measurement was the only one with no significant differences.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Fixation dwell time and revisit count. Microsoft Windows achieved the lower values and was most stable, which fits to the habitual and memory-based use rather than a clear interface. In the case of task completion time, Windows was also generally fastest, but not on every task, and it is important. Linux actually required the most visual search, but here we can conclude that Linux and macOS were quite comparable. So what is important, Windows outperformed other systems, but it is not due to the superiority of the systems of the system, but familiarity that I said before. And something about the statistical tests. As you can see, almost in each feature, how can we explain these gaps? Well, generally, the force of habit. The prior experience and spatial memory, not the interface quality alone, may shape how the users perceive the interface. And for our future works, a small extension about our study, showcase integrals. So we have reused our data set in order to classify which operating system a person habitually uses. And here we have used 88 gaze features, not only 6, like in the previous.
Could you let me know when I can share the screen and present it?
3 popular models.
Is it virtuous or can you hear me?
It's worth it because in terms of basic classic baselines, we have achieved 73–78% accuracy, and in terms of our
I would appreciate if anyone can confirm whether you can hear me or not.
90%. So the lesson here is quite simple. We should model these interactions between gaze features, not treat them as independent. And the second one, if we do this, the objective behavior becomes a reliable basis for the classification of user experience. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, please let me know when I can start.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I can't hear any questions. So thank you once again for your presentation. And we will go to our online presentation. We have now online presentation, but because of technical issues, we have to wait 2 minutes. So we are waiting now for switching sound and audio from our room to Teams platform. Please wait a moment. Okay, I have information that we are online. So our next presenter is Ms. Vilmala Nunavav, and she will introduce us into the topic form-handed features to deep learning, evaluating weed detection pipelines for precision agriculture. Here we are. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
We can see your presentation.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm Vimala Nunavav, Associate Professor in Computer Science at the Department of Science and Energy Systems of University of Southeastern Norway. So I'm sitting in Kongsberg. So basically I'm from Norway. Okay, so let me just jump into the introduction, the motivation behind our research. So we all know that the weeds are a major challenge in agriculture because they affect crop growth and the productivity. So as you can see on the screen that we have one type of a weed which is in yellow color within this crop, and you can see also that there are lots of weeds that are available. I can hear my voice back, so it is kind of disturbing. Yeah, I hope it is audible to you.
Everything is okay, don't worry.
Okay, fine, thank you. So as you can see that there are lots of different types of weeds available, and detecting these weeds are important for the productivity of the crop. Nowadays, the traditional weed monitoring is basically time-consuming and labor-intensive because farmers have to look into which type of weeds they have and how many weeds they have within the crop, and which is the time-consuming. And due to this traditional weed monitoring, as it is time consuming, so there are lots of different modern technologies have come into existence in order to detect the weeds, and one of them is like using drones, UAVs, which can be used in order to take the images, and those images can be utilized for automatic detection of the weeds. As you can see here on the screen, that we have a UAV which takes the images of the crop on the right side. And these images can be utilized in order to detect the weeds. So in our project, what we have done is that we used UAV images that have been collected from I'll go into the details later, but we use the UAV images in order to support automatic weed detection, and we believe that this approach can contribute to more effective field monitoring and precision agriculture. So the objective of our research is basically to design and implement machine learning and deep learning based approaches for accurate and automatic weed identification using images that are captured by UAVs. Okay, so in order to achieve this objective, we have done the literature review, and then we have found that Campanator weed dataset has not been utilized widely, and so in our research we are using this Campanator weed dataset, which basically is a multispectral image dataset captured using UAVs over a commercial fruit orchard in Corbeta, Valencia, Spain. So the data set basically contains different tree flights, and also like providing pixel aligned RGB and 4 narrowed band images like red, green, red edge and NIR. However, in this research we used only the RGB images. And all these images were annotated in the YOLO format, contains 6 weed types, as you can see on in the slide, that the objects per class, like how many data set we have for each classes. As I mentioned that we had like 6 weed types, which totaling of 10,000 images and 271,000 labeled objects. So this is the data set that we have used. And also before, while pre-processing the data, we wanted to check whether there are any labels missing, or there are any empty label files exist, or are there any corrupted images within the data set. We have checked all those different things within the data set, and then we found that there are no corrupted images, and so nothing is missing basically. And we have resized the images into 640 by 640 pixels, and then we normalized the images. And then the data set was divided into training with the 70% and validation with the 15%, and the test set with the 15%. And along with this, we have also done the data augmentation to increase the data set size, also to improve the model generalization. So in order to perform the data augmentation, we have used the techniques called horizontal flipping and brightness and contrast adjustments. And after pre-processing the data set, the models that we have used for training were SVM and random forest for a machine learning model. So we have used these before applying the data, before applying the deep learning models, because we used handcrafted visual features and classical classifiers in order to establish a reference point. So the objective, the motive behind using this machine learning was to have a baseline to evaluate whether traditional computer vision techniques can classify weed instances that are extracted from UAV images. So and along with that, we have used YOLO model. Yeah, it's because these YOLO models are fast and efficient and also widely used for a real-time detection, and those work very well with the UAV images. So we have used two types of YOLO models. One is the YOLO version of 8 nano and the YOLO version of 8 small. This is because, of course, the limitation of the computer processing unit that we had, because we do not have any supercomputer, so we had to train the models within our locally. So that's why we inclined towards using small models and nano models, and the nano was the faster end, but it also has gives a lower accuracy when it compared with the small version. Small version is slower, but it is better at have a better detection capability. As you can see on the screen, that this is the YOLO version 8 architecture that we had used, which contains the backbone, which extracts the hierarchical visual features from the input image using the convolutional layers. And then we have the neck, which aggregates the feature maps of different scales, allowing the model to detect objects of various sizes. And then we have a head which predicts the final bounding boxes and objectiveness scores, and also class of probabilities for each detected object. And this is how we wanted to detect with high accuracy. So in order to evaluate the models, we have used different evaluation metrics. Like precision and recall, and then mean average precision. So as we all know that precision and recall are so which precision measures the proportion of the predicted detections that are correct, and recall is basically measures the ability of the model to detect all weird instances that are present in the image, whereas mean precision we used in the object detection. So basically it evaluates the model's ability to correctly localize and classify the objects across different confidence thresholds and intersection over union values. So here we have used two metrics, which is mean average precision at 50 and mean average precision at 50 to 95. So the reason for using this, as I mentioned, that these are used in the object detection and which can measure both the accuracy and detection coverage. Okay, so the experimental setup that we have used to obtain the results that we have trained without hyperparameter tuning, which is our experiment 1, and experiment 2 is after tuning the parameters. So in the first table 1 represents our experiment 1, where we have started trained the model with 10 epochs, and the image size we started with 416 by 416 with a batch size of 8, and then we have used two optimizers, Adam, W, and SG, stochastic gradient descent, and then with the learning rate of 0.001. And I'll go through the results that we obtained by using initial configuration, and then we have also checked what would happen if we tune the parameter. So as you can see that the epochs have been increased from 10 to 50, and the image size also increased from 416 to 460. And batch size to 16 and so on. But we have used the similar optimizer, which is Adam, W, and SGD with the learning rate of 0.001. So with this experimental setups, we have obtained results here. As you can see that with the initial configuration, the YOLO nano model, when we compare the YOLO nano model with the YOLO small model, as you can see that we have obtained the precision of 0.56. And recall of 0.04 for the nano model, whereas for the small model we have 0.035. As you can see that in the initial configuration, nano model produced more accurate detections when it identifies weeds. However, you can see in this initial configuration that both models missed many weed instances because we have the low recall values. And also with the low MAP 850 indicates the poor overall detection performance under limited training conditions. But if we compare nano with small, then nano outperformed small during the initial training stage. But to improve the detection performance, we have increased the epochs, as I mentioned before. So in this experiment too, we have trained again with the hyperparameter tuning. And as you can see that the recall has been improved from 0.04 to 0.118 and MAP from 0.03 to 0.082 for the nano model. So which we can say that we have achieved the highest overall weed performance detection after hyperparameter tuning. And when it comes to the small YOLO small model, then recall also have been improved from 0.035 to 0.135, and with the MAP 850 improved also from 0.002 to 0.041. So which we can conclude that the model has detected more weed instances after the tuning. So from these results, you can say that the increasing training duration allowed the models to learn weed features more efficiently, and higher image resolution helped the models capture finer details of weeds, and also larger batch sizes improved training stability. Although the precision decreased after tuning, recall increased substantially. So in weed detection applications, we can say that detecting as many weeds as possible is often more important than achieving very high precision, because missed weeds can remain untreated in agricultural fields. So from our results, we can say that the deep learning models is more suitable for object detection tasks than traditional machine learning. And low recall before and after tuning indicate undetected weeds, which remains untreated, as I mentioned before. And you can see that in the right side that how we have modeled our deep learning model from that deep learning model are better at detection, and also like the model performance depends heavily on the training configuration. As I mentioned before, that the higher the resolution, the better the chances of detection. So the data quality is very important when it comes to the weed detection. So the key insight here is that the performance is mainly driven by training configuration, especially for larger models. Okay, to conclude, so the goal was to detect the weeds using UAV imagery using machine learning and deep learning approaches. So from our results, we can say that nano model performed well under limited training conditions, whereas a small YOLO model achieved better accuracy after proper hyperparameter tuning. So overall, the performance was highly dependent on training configurations, highlighting a key trade-off between detection accuracy and computational cost. The future work can be like try different deep learning models, and also to increase the data set size, and also maybe include different modalities in order to increase the performance of the models. Thank you. So any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have any questions from audience? Okay, I can't hear questions. So thank you once again for your presentation. That was our last online presentation. So the next part of the conference will be transmitted on YouTube.
I would be happy to answer if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. There are no questions. So we will continue with transmission on YouTube with stationary presentations. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, we have one more presentation for today.
Okay, it seems that there are no questions, so
with the presentation, the use of the
thank you for having me. And then if you have any questions, so I'm reachable at with my first name .nunovat@usn.no. Please feel free to reach out to me.
Okay. My name is Sylvester Korga. The title of my presentation is the use of the isolation forest algorithm for maritime traffic anomaly detection for yachts based on open automatic identification system data. I divided my presentation into a few parts. At the first part, I will discuss about description of the research problems. Oh, okay. Next, it will be better. Next part consists sample acquisition and preparation. In the part number 3, I show you model AI. Exactly, it will be isolation forest. Number 4 consists research process methodology. And I finish my presentation with summary and conclusions. I say something about favor research, and last one is later and internet resources. Let's start from main goal, scientific objective of the work, analysis of the possibilities of using the isolation forest model to detect maritime traffic anomalies for yachts. The study focuses on anomaly detection in yacht movement utilizing open data from the automatic identification system, in short, it's AIS. The irregular nature of these vessels' trajectories demands advanced analytical methods to distinguish typical behaviors from potentially dangerous deviation. The implementation of AI models form the foundation of modern maritime traffic management system and represent a crucial element in the development of so-called smart parts and autonomous vessels. For vessels whose movement is often irregular and unpredictable, identifying anomalies is their trajectories present a significant challenge. Such anomalies may indicate abnormal vessels, behaviors, potential safety risk, and unusual patterns requiring analysis. For example, drifting off course, sudden course change, or operating in incorrect coordinates. In this slide, you can see devices with AI system, on the left with basic graphic, and on the right with professional graphic. This graphic is a chapter plotter, exactly. Every ship, every boat should have this system to communicate with another units. The AIS transponder transmits data to other vessels and coastal station referred to as ship-to-ship and ship-to-shore. This data are aggregated by shore station, ports, maritime traffic monitoring companies, and online platforms. It's a specific type of data because it's a one line, and first side is exclamation mark, next it's a name of technology, and next are coordinates and more information. But this information was converted to the better type of data. Exactly, it is a data frame. The data set was downloaded from online platform from Kaggle.com. It's not easy to download this data because this data is sometimes are secret. What we have interesting in this data, look at the time. We have information about date and time, and every 3 seconds it's a time to send information to another units. But in this place we have a time gap. It's a special column to read this time. And we have a label, of course. My data set has or contains 5,690 measurement points. I created a chart from this data, and I got something like this. This is a trajectory, this unit, this boat. I try to check this information, so I removed the background, white background, and put this graph to the real map, and we have something like this. This area and the bottom, it's a Denmark. So the ship trajectory determined based on geographical coordinates and projected onto a map. I create a pin map to change that is it correctly or not. Okay. I created an additional line. It's a red line in my data set. It's necessary to learn our model. It's a pattern AI. The proposed solution involves comparing the vessel's actual trajectory with reference route in the water body and performing anomaly detection using the isolation forest algorithm based on a geodesic distance to reference line. The developed method can enhance maritime safety and the monitoring of anomalous events at sea. A few words about code. Loads the ship trajectory and reference line data, calculates the distance of each trajectory point to the nearest point on the reference line, red line, trains an isolation forest model on this distance to detect anomalies, and labels the data normal or anomaly depending on the model's output. This is an example of code. I used a few libraries: Pandas, Matplotlib, Skylearn, and GeoPy. I used the isolation forest RAF model, and this model has a hyperparameter. The name of this hyperparameter is contamination. It's some problematic in our research because you should write something. It's a percent. It's a number of percent. This hyperparameters determines how many points in your data set are anomalies. So we can calculate, for example, we can calculate these points or write some value. The model's output is tabular data with labels, a subset of the data from 10 calculation shown below. This is information. It's a result from the model, and we have a graph from a model. Red points are anomaly. Anomaly are points who have a distance greater than 1 kilometer from reference line. On the right, we have a additional graph. This graph can help you find anomaly in data set. We have a red line 1000, it's a 1000 meters. And if you want to find anomaly in your data, you can find with using this graph. For example, first peak is started from 1400 and it's finished about 1800. Second example, if we want, we can use degrees, not meters. In this case, we can see the abroad, the anomaly line, it's 0.027. And we have an anomaly point in our graph. AI models can identify anomalies and optimize routes, supporting the safety and efficiency of YATS operation. Automatic analysis of AIS data enables rapid threat detection, prediction of potential incidents, and support for real-time decision making. Integrating AI with open data ensures scalability of solution and accessibility for individual users and small sailing companies. And further researchers should focus on developing a system that utilizes APIs to automatically integrate the retrieve real-time data from various sources, enabling rapid and seamless analysis of maritime traffic anomalies. It's recommended to use and compare when AI models such last short-term memory or support vector machine, random forest, autoencoders, and etc. We have additional information, so we can check, for example, what is a label. It's a sailing or it's a fishing, but it will be created in the future. And we can find anomaly if we have fishing. If we have a fishing in incorrect area, for example, we can find with using this system. Thank you for your attention. It will be short.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And we have some time for questions. Do we have some questions? Here you are.
You based your study on reference line, not on the coordinates. How this reference line was indicated? How it was calculated? How it
was calculated? I find a specific mathematical formula to find point to reference line, and every I repeat this process many times, and every point was calculated. So we can find how many, we can use AI model, and we can use mathematical formula to find how many points we can find as anomalies.
Thank you for the answer. Okay, any other questions? Okay, if no questions, then let's reward the speaker once again. And that was our last presentation during this session. So we are finishing for today, and we would like to invite everybody for tomorrow. We are starting tomorrow at 10:15 with discussion panel AI transformation from theory to implementation. It will be a pleasure to see you tomorrow again. Thank you and goodbye for today.